Hello, hello, and welcome to the 3 Up Moon live stream, everybody. It's Tuesday, April 6th, 2021. We're starting the day a little late because we did an impromptu Super Mario Land 2 randomizer run last night, which was super fun. Thank you, Alivos, for the raid. Thank you to everyone that was hanging out. It was super fun. It's always a blast to revisit Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Today we're going to start things off, normally I stream from 1 p.m. Pacific onward, but we're going to start things off with another Whim of the Wheel stream. And what Whim of the Wheel is an ongoing series that I have on the channel here, where I spin a roulette wheel, and it serves me one of about 15 different NES Puzzle and Arcade-style games that I used to own as a kid. In my very first collection, these are games that I played. I'd rush home after school to play, games that I would stay up late to play and try to beat my own personal high score. And it all stemmed from me playing Super Mario Brothers and the original one and thinking, well, at what point, maybe it was the release of this game, but at one point did high scores stop mattering? People shifted into the achievement idea, like the culture of getting all the achievements in a game, or who could beat the game quickest with like world records and stuff. So I figured to do like a little nod to a time when high scores mattered, like in the arcade era, when you would go to the arcade to actually try to get better at a game and then get your name on the board. Whatever game we get, we have to try to put a high score on the board, and we also have to try to beat our personal bests. So there are several games that we do have high scores for, and I spun the wheel just before we started the stream. So the first game we're going to be playing is Bomberman II on the NES. But there's a ton that it can pick from. And if you're watching live on twitch.tv/3up_moon, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, Worst Enemies. Welcome, Michelle, and thank you for the moons and the hydrate. And welcome, Seohane. Really appreciate it. You may also be watching after the fact on YouTube, and you can go and watch every single one of the Whim of the Wheel streams, and every stream from 3 Up Moon for that matter. I upload every stream in full there and organize them into playlists, so you can subscribe there and check stuff out at your own leisure. It'll just be a second before I pull up the game here, but I also want to just take a moment to thank a few people. I want to thank Commandant Sigma for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Anime Dating Simulator. Thank you, Oreos or Poop. And thank you, Jeed94. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the support. I know a few of you are streamers yourself. And yeah, thanks. Also, just to let people know, so the goal here is we need to beat our high score in the game. So Bomberman 2, our high score is 9,300. That's going to be the score we're going to need to beat. But the other games in the roulette wheel that we could get after we beat that high score: Dig Dug 2, Burger Time, Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong, Tetris, Yoshi's Cookie, Bubble Bobble, Adventures of Lolo 2, Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle, 3D World Runner, and Snake Rattle and Roll, which is a new addition that I discovered in our viewer request nights on Sundays. I never owned that game, but it was a super fun. I didn't have it back in the day. It's a super fun game by Rare, which is like a arcade puzzle platformer. And then there are 2 4-in-1 carts that I owned by Codemasters called Quattro Arcade and Quattro Adventure, and each game has 4 games in it, and all those games are on the list. So yeah, it's been pretty fun going through these games, specifically for me because I've been, really doing the full nostalgia trip with a lot of these games. Like I said, I'd rush home after school to play them. Okay, let me just make sure the game audio is all working, and we should be good. Hello everyone, and here we are with Bomberman II. Let me know if you need more or less of the game audio. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Got some good hype music to start everything off. Now, the through line of this channel is soundtracks. I love video game soundtracks. As a kid, when my uncle gave me his NES and collection, I was really lucky to receive about 40 games, and this was one of them. And these are all games he collected over the years. And it was around the time when the N64 came out, and when I started playing the NES, and at the time I also was watching a lot of like 30s and 40s and 50s cartoons growing up, and the music in both of those mediums really entrenched me in music, made me want to become a sound engineer, made me want to write my own music. And I do have my own music out there. I have a solo project called Bass in Spectra, and it's a ton of music that's kind of inspired by this. I'm also a session drummer. Haven't been able to drum in a long time with my band, unfortunately, but just due to COVID. But yeah, definitely something that, title screens like this and other games on the NES, really, the percussion on the NES soundtrack, most of the time with most of the games I owned, really, really inspired me. I don't even really know how to explain it, but okay, hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday, by the way. We had a great Monday streaming. We beat Link to the Past Randomizer. We got some progress and also lost a few Pokemon in our Pokemon Leaf Green Randomizer Nuzlocke. And we completed a run of Super Mario Land 2 randomized. So it's a day of randos. Now, Bomberman 1, great game. Bomberman 2 really, really refined it. And to the point that all the Super Bomberman games and games that came after this, the 2D ones, are greatly, greatly inspired off of this. The first Bomberman is a little more primitive, a little more simplistic, kind of akin to Adventure Island 1 and then Adventure Island 2 and 3. So we don't want to blow up the door because we'll release enemies. And like I said, 9,300 is our high score we need to beat. Hey, K-Broman, how's it going? Speaking of Super Bomberman, yeah, as soon as you start, as soon as you play this game and then you dive into any of the Super Bomberman games, like you can see that they even based the sprite directly off of this. Bomberman 1, a little different story, but it was more of a sketch almost is what it feels like, the first Bomberman. This is where the refinement came in. And honestly, I haven't had more fun in a co-op on Super Nintendo than with Bomberman. I played Super Bomberman games a lot growing up, and also played them a lot with my buddy Daryl, who is often in the chat as Stegosaurus McCartney. The boss fights in the Super Bomberman series, pretty crazy. I'm interested in doing it. I might even be interested in doing a co-op with another streamer. I think that would be more fun. So this came out in '92, which is funny because didn't Super Mario World come out in 1990? But again, I guess we're talking about the NES here. Ooh, damn. Okay. Well, I'll wait for you, Blue Squishy. Come on, Blue Squish. Get squished. No one said we needed a wall passing enemy in 1-2. Yeah, they introduce it here. I think I think they have 3 wall passing ones by 1-4 already. It's no Bomberman 1. They try to introduce a lot of the concepts really quick in this game. Okay, we somehow got to 9,300, and I don't think there's bosses in this game. That's something they introduced in Super Bomberman 3, or in Super Bomberman 1, 2, and 3. I don't mind the wall passing enemies as long as they do what I say. Even though I'm not saying anything, but as long as they do what I want them to do. Come on. Great music, though. Damn. This is not going to be the run, not with this, not with just one life left. Yes. There we go, that's how we start it. You can probably hear all the seagulls. Take it. 2,200 points. That's what we're looking for. Remember, our goal is all about score. That's the reason why we're playing these games, is because they're from a time when I think score really meant a little more than just nothing. When you play Super Mario Bros. 3, you can increase your score. It's like, big whoop. Who cares? But when you walk into an arcade and you see that in Pac-Man or in Burger Time, you made it on the board, the high scoreboard. It meant a little more, you know? And I didn't even have a lot of arcade experience really growing up. Not a ton, just a few cabinets. But there's still something a lot more satisfying to that. Coffee is done. Same here. How to rock that coffee. Thanks for stopping into the stream. Triple high moon. You don't remember Bomberman 2 that well. It's good to see it on screen again. Yeah, it really, like, can you see how it's sort of like, I know it's silly to say, but the halfway point between Bomberman 1 and Bomberman 3. Super Bomberman. It looks like, it's got simplistic stages like the first Bomberman. We didn't pick up a snag, we didn't snag a pickup. unfortunately. We just got money. Now we got this. But we picked up money, so that gave us actually 1,000 points. Oh shoot, okay. No, I just don't want to release enemies from the door, that's the problem. Let's do this. So we just got, that's our first flame that we got to increase the distance of our explosion. Yes, okay, there we go. Wait for this glubba glub in the top right corner. I always call them a glubba 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 because that's what it looks like he's doing. And of course, we die. A glubba 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 glubba. You're done. There we go. We also gave worst enemies a follow on YouTube. Everyone that's in the chat right now and watching, go check out worst enemies. I don't have a shout out command programmed yet, but I just shout them out as I see them. Really cool podcast. Really great place to hang out, and also it's a great group of folks putting it together, not just randos. Also, K-Broman as another retro streamer. K-Broman 216. Oh no! Kill me! We might have to start over. What? Yeah, we do. K-Broman 216 does a lot of retro stuff, retro streaming. Arcade stuff, also modern indie games, not just strictly retro. Oh yeah, trapped yourself with bombs countless times. It's tricky. It happens all the time, no matter how many times you've played like Bomberman or Super Bomberman games. It constantly happens. Oh yeah, I don't know how to do. Like I really don't know how to set it up. Like I have Streamlabs, but I'm using Mac, using the Big Sur operating system, and I've had some issues. Like my alerts work right now if people follow, or if they raid, host, donate bits. Like they show up in the bottom right corner. But I'm using a little bit of a workaround because I'm not actually. That was stressful. I'm using Big Sur, so the most recent operating system, and OBS and Streamlabs kind of glitch out. So normally you can do browser sources, like with widgets and stuff in OBS, but a browser source will instantly crash OBS on Big Sur, and that's just because Mac has made the choice to not support third-party programs anymore, or third-party developers, and so it's pretty tricky. They're browser-based bots, yeah. So I can't use a browser source at all. I'm actually using a Windows source and tricking, like just doing a workaround basically, so that you don't need to download them like Chatbot. Oh, interesting. Do they just run in the background of Streamlabs then? Much to learn. Much to learn about the Twitch. Oh no, I released the Glub Glubs. This is not good. There's way too many of them. This is some nonsense. Okay, hold on. I just need to mod them and configure them online. Okay, cool. Sweet. Boop-a-doo-doo. Yes, there's the start. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I recently picked up a MacBook, so I'm using a MacBook Pro to stream. And I haven't had a computer for a long time, but I recently was able to pick up a MacBook. My partner's mom was upgrading, and was able to upgrade to the most recent operating system. Oh god. We're good. NES. Yeah, it's a Mac, exactly. So it makes it a little trickier. What? That was dumb. That was so dumb. Just kill me. Let's start over. From the top. We gotta beat our high score. Gotta beat 9,300. That's our high score on the board for Bomberman II. Gotta listen to these tunes, of course. Super fun one to drum to. Yep. Nightbot kind of sucks. It is overreachy, so you definitely recommend Cloudbot. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I want to get some stuff going, because, like, for this series, for example, Whim of the Wheel, I also have viewer request nights. I want people to be able to, like, just use a command and maybe queue, like see what's in the queue, see what's next, or see what games are on the roulette wheel, or what our high score is. So, like, you know, command current score or something like that, and it would give you, like, our top score for the game we're playing. So right now, it would show you 9,300 in theory. Just like little touches. Also, Itarama, thank you so much. That's my shout out to you. You're awesome. Go check out Itarama's channel, ITTERAMA. He made me a really fun emote from Super Mario Land 2. 6 golden coins. I'm excited. I don't have an emote slot yet, but he gifted it to me. It's quite nice. He's also an awesome streamer. Does modern games, like he's actually playing Ghostbusters Remastered, and also plays retro games as well. Some similar randomizers as well, like Link to the Past randomizer. Okay, let's do this smartly. You don't get points for doing this, do you? But you never know what you're going to reveal. I always blow everything up because you never know if you're going to get like a power-up or a pickup. This would be crazy to drum to. Not easy. Always blow up all the things. Rule number 2 of Bomberman Law. Nice. What's rule number 1? That's what I want to know. Nobody bombs baby into a corner. Whoa. Don't give yourself a dead end. Ah. Don't get trapped by iron bombs. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're good here. We got rid of the wall passing enemy. Damn it. So dumb. Are we even gonna get there? Are we even gonna get close to our high score? Okay, I'm nervous now. my god. Okay, got that one. Yes. Chain reaction. Let's go. Done. I have to be careful though. Still only have one life. Get out of here. Okay. Gotta be very careful. Be very careful. No, it's gonna destroy it. Oh, okay, thank God. You're done. You're done. Bomberman hates balloons, man. Someone's got to remix this or like make a hip hop song out of it. Nice. We can get there. Oh no, ghost sheep. I mean, it looks like a lamb and it looks like a ghost, so that's what I call it. Oh god, kill me. I mean, I just killed me. Nope. Yep. Yep. Don't get trapped by your own bombs. Yes. Now we're playing with power. Now we can detonate. And we can be super strategic. Much, much better to have the detonator. You can be really smart with these shots here. So even though we have no lives, the detonator, yeah, king among power-ups, definitely. especially in this. Also in The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, because they do have that as an option that you can get. Done. See, then you can get really accurate and kill those sheep real quick. There we go. Well, that's the end of that run. You get the King of Power-Ups, and then you, kill yourself. That was terrible. Okay. One sec. All right. Again. We gotta beat our high score. Oh. We still have our power-ups. That's interesting. I don't have the detonator, but I still have this same explosion length. Interesting. Or I guess explosion distance. That was way too close. Okay, somehow we're in area 1-6 still. I guess we press continue instead of start over. Which is fine, I guess, but we still don't have the optimal amount of points we can have at this point in the game. Thank you. Yeah, I have so many to upload right now to YouTube. I started uploading all of my streams in full from the very beginning because I've only been streaming since January 18th, so not even a full 3 months. I appreciate that. But yeah, I have I think I have like 17. I have 17 streams to upload. But I end up just streaming more rather than uploading more, which I guess is also good. Whoa. Whoa. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And also awesome emotes. I really like the hydrate emote. We got halfway. Halfway. One more try. And yes, this game had battle mode. I never played a 2-player though. From the top. God. No. No. You know, sometimes we spin that wheel, we get a game, and we're just not in the zone for that game. We haven't achieved Bomberman Zen. There was a Bomberman for the Switch. Super Bomberman R, I believe. And it was done, it was an 8-player game. It was a launch title, and it looked just like Super Bomberman. I don't know what happened to it. Did like no one play it, no one talk about it. Did that weird Xbox 360 Bomberman, the hyper-realistic, robotic, dull gray Bomberman get more press because it was different? I don't know, I feel like I would have played that game. I have a Switch and I don't have that game, so I guess it's all on me. Whoop. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it, I didn't try it. Whoop. dumb can you be on the first level? It's not our Bomberman day. Nope, nope. Left, 0. Yes, please. No? Come on. Okay. The music is hype. Bomb. Blow it up. Bomb. 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 Okay, okay. We can do this. Take it. What? That was only 200 points? Gave me 1,000 last time. Oh god. That was the dumbest thing ever. Everyone saw that, was just like, yep. He's not moving. He stopped. I stopped. Okay. We're spinning the wheel. Let's do this. And in the meantime, let's listen to that title screen music again because it's awesome. For anyone just joining, this is the Whim of the Wheel. We're at the Whim of the Wheel. There are 15 to maybe almost 20 now NES puzzle games and arcade games on the wheel. I spin the roulette wheel, and whatever game it picks, I have to attempt to get a high score on the board or beat our personal best high score. Okay. We are playing the original Donkey Kong. Our high score on the board currently is 35,200, so we need to beat that. That's our personal best. Let me update the stream title. And the way this works, we might get Bomberman 2 again. 2-3 games in. We have to come back and try to beat our high score again. We are at the Whim. This is also a great tune. I can absolutely relate to that green enemy bouncing around on screen right now. I'm gonna load this up in just a sec. Stream manager, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me on Twitch. It's switch.tv, not glitch.tv. Step a boop a boop a boop a boop. Boop 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 boop. Come on. Cool, that should work. That should work. Now, personally, I enjoy Donkey Kong Jr. a little more than Donkey Kong. I like the way that DK Jr. controls. I also like the stages a little better. But the way that we're going to play this game is on Donkey Kong Classics, which was a dual port where you could get Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. together. That's what I had as a kid. I didn't have the individual carts. Want to make sure. Cool. There we go. All right. Donkey Kong Classics. And we're going to play the original, the first one. Our high score to beat, personal high score, is 35,200. Here we go. Don't normally have to deal with the fire. So yeah, I used to play Popeye a lot. I rented it, actually. Because there was a place in my hometown that still rented NES games when the N64 was out. And people were playing N64. Popeye Simulator. Like that. Yeah, I used to really like that Popeye game. I love this game. I really love Burger Time as well, which is a game that I actually got the chance to play on an arcade cabinet in my town that I currently live in, but also as a kid. There was one arcade, it was like on the boardwalk, a little community center in this campground where my extended family had like a little kind of timeshare cottage thing. And there was the Simpsons arcade game. Simpsons arcade game. There was Burger Time. There was Dig Dug 1, like the Dig Dug arcade cabinet. And then there was, and I used to own Dig Dug 2 on NES and played that a lot. But also Turtles in Time, or whatever the arcade Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game was. I'm pretty sure it was Turtles in Time. I'm excited for the new, is it called Shredder's Revenge? The new Turtles in Time, like, sequel. It's coming out on the Switch and multiple other platforms. I'm really excited for that. I feel ya. We got this. We don't got this. That was dumb. Got caught up in this Arabian Nights baseline. Prince Ali, that's what it is. It's the bass line of Prince Ali, almost. Make way for Prince DK. Here we go. Okay, now the strategic part. Should have picked that stuff up on the way here. This is not the strat. We should be okay. Yeah. Good thing you don't have to be on the very top to beat the level. Okay. Now, I never got the chance to play Donkey Kong on the arcade. In fact, I've never seen an arcade cabinet of Donkey Kong. So I'm sure the game is much better on arcade, and I know there's more levels, if I'm not mistaken. Can anyone corroborate that? There are different stages. Like the different stages of grief that Luigi's gonna have to go through, finding out his brother just got smacked in the head by DK. I know there's different stages for sure. There's also like an interesting like modding culture to DK, and there are mods, and I found this really cool website that was talking about different versions of Donkey Kong that people have put together. There's one that's randomized where you get, it's the arcade game, but you have randomized stages. There's also another one called DK Lights Out. Look it up on YouTube, it's really cool. And basically it's these stages, and you see like a flash of a little bit of the outline of the stages, but it relies only on your memorization. Boom. Yeah, it relies only on your memorization of the level. So it flickers for like a little bit, and Donkey Kong, there's actually a sprite of Donkey Kong like unplugging the lights. And then it flickers, and then you're basically playing the game blind. You can see the enemies, but you can't see the platforms or the ladders at all. Really cool, really hardcore for people who like have the arcade stages like ingrained in their butts, like I just did right there. Come on, ingrained in their minds. What a dumb. I mean, I could just do this. Do people just do this to try and crank up that high score? Just farm barrels? Let's do it. Farm these barrels. I know our bonus is going down quickly, but one more. Okay, let's be smart about this. Your name is Jumpman, but you can't jump. We have to remember that. Or fall. Fallman. Hello, Fallman. Hello, Jerry. I don't want to drop. Not in this level. As a kid, my babysitter had a Donkey Kong, like had DK Classics, so I got to play it at home and also when we were at the babysitter's, which is pretty funny. Oh. Oh. Yes, those maneuvers. Make way for Prince Jumpman. Here we go. No! Yeah, I think it's gonna be worth it. Yes. Extra 500? Yes, please. That was dumb of me. Why did I think I could just run across the top? This is amateur hour. No! Drop. Forget this. Starting over from the top. Right in. Nope. Nope, that's not the run. Hey, Parahax, how's it going? Nice to see you. We're flubbing up the Donkey Kong. We're trying to beat our high score. not doing it, not even close. 35,200. We were close in the last run, actually. I love these old classic little melodies, simple melodies like this. Here we go. Hope everyone had an awesome Easter weekend, even though you might not have been able to go see family just because of COVID restrictions and stuff like that. But I hope you're able to talk to your family, have some good food. Reset me. Okay, I'm just gonna actually take a quick bathroom break and we'll be right back. Alright, I return from the bathroom. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's take this seriously. Like I was saying, for anyone that's just joining, there's a really cool modding community for the arcade Donkey Kong cabinets. Look up Donkey Kong Randomizer on YouTube or Donkey Kong Lights Out. I think is what it's called. It's a really cool mod where you start the level like this and then Donkey Kong unplugs the lights on the stage and then everything flickers and then you can't see platforms or ladders. You can only see enemies. Like barrels or fire. There's all sorts of really cool ones. But the randomizer is cool because it serves you a random arcade stage and also random like collectibles and enemies. And it works on a real arcade cabinet. Like, people have actually modded full working cabinets to, like, use these ROMs. Which is pretty cool. So you can jump, but you just can't do fun jumps. It's one jump man, like One Punch Man. We got this. I always thought this was a telephone, but it's a purse. And I think what it is you're actually picking up items that used to belong to Pauline. I think that's what the bonus items are in this. Whereas DK Jr., you're picking up fruits. Fruits. Got to get those fruits. I also love Donkey Kong Jr. There's just something about it that works a little better. Yeah. Oh yeah. Huh. Come on, go up the ladder. Yep. See ya. I don't know what's happening right now musically, but there's no timer as far as I know. I've never heard that sound effect or melody before in Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Wow. I'm going to be continuing Curse of King Boo, by the way, Parahacks. I was going to do it today. I might do it later today. But we got some decent progress, despite losing some Mons in our Leaf Green run. Our Pokemon Leaf Green Randomizer Nuzlocke Challenge. It's super difficult. But we did get back to 3 Pokemon, again, where we're at. So, we're at the Rock Tunnel. We don't have Flash. But we got some progress there, so, and I had a blast playing it yesterday. So, I might do that. I might do a little bit of Curse of King Boo. If you don't know Curse of King Boo, it's a really fun Super Mario World ROM hack by Parahack64, who's in the chat. And if you follow Parahack64, you can probably catch him making levels in the sequel of his ROM hack. He's doing a really cool ROM hack right now, which has a tentative title, Voyager. It's got some cool story elements. It's not like a ultra difficult hack either. It's just like a technical sort of Kaizo-light hack. Definitely worth checking it out. Definitely worth checking out the channel. The channel just cracked 100 followers, so help grow that channel even more if you can. I'm usually hanging out there between streams when I can. Woo! That's awful. That's awful. I refuse. I refuse. Oh my god, no! Drop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. There we go. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. Is that our second loop of levels? So with Donkey Kong Jr., we were able to get through 4 loops of levels. 4 entire loops of all 3 stages, or all 4 stages. And that's how we got to about 52,000. We are very close, by the way. I just want to quickly check. Our personal high score in this game is 35,200. We're at 31,500, so we're very, very close. Yes. Double barrel roll. If you have your hand on the ledge, just underneath the barrel, you can manipulate it so the barrel won't come down the ladder. Like, no matter what, this barrel will never come down the ladder because my hand is on the ledge, which is a good technique if you're just learning this level. I remember when I first figured that out as a kid, and it was one of my cousins that pointed it out to me, and it blew me away. I was like, oh, you have a little more control in, like, the enemy's patterns, you know? Kind of. Yeah, we're on loop 3 right now. It says level 3, but I always saw the L as loop. And no, Luigi isn't in this game. Oh. I know everyone thinks L is real, but you can't find Luigi in DK Arcade. Holy shit. Yes. We beat it. We beat our high score. There's our hype moment right there. 43,100, and we're going to keep going because we have 3 lives. But that's awesome. See, we got a little bit of progress. And that's what I like about the Whim of the Wheel streams, is because I actually do, like, I'm kind of forcing myself to get better at each game, in a way. Because we don't spin the wheel until we beat that high score, or get a high score on the board, so. If anyone wants to rock those moon emotes, you can subscribe through Twitch, but you can also use your channel points to unlock them. We've got 3-up moon emotes, we've got the 3-up from Super Mario Bros. 3, which is a game we play a lot on the channel, and which happens to be my favorite game of all time. But I want to thank Itorama one more time. We have a Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins emote that's going to be coming. I also have some exclusive Binding of Isaac emotes that tie directly into retro Nintendo games. Some of the trinkets, like the Nod Leaf and the Game Boy, they're available for sub tier 2 and tier 3. Oh, what? Worst enemies. Enjoy those emotes. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. And I think the 3 down moon that I was showing off earlier, that I made that one basically, but it would be really funny if they actually had that in the original games. Like, imagine you found the 3 down moon, picked it up, and then lost 3 lives. That would totally suck. Come on. Oh my god, look at this madness of barrels right now. We're on loop 4. Holy crap. I'm gonna make some new, we were talking emotes in your podcast today. And yeah, there's, it's kind of interesting how Twitch gamifies it for viewers, but also for content creators. Oh, that's so tough. Yeah, that's really tough. His erratic movements. Ugh, okay. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. This is insane. Thank you so much for the sub, though, and the support. I really appreciate it. Woo. Okay. Hold on. We can do this. I know we're save stating this. This is nuts. Okay, let's just take the death and start from scratch. There's way too many barrels going on here. That's insane. But I'm really stoked to reveal the Super Mario Land 2 emote. And it's funny, you were talking about emotes on your podcast, Worst Enemies, and then the very next thing I did before I started streaming was check my Discord. And yeah, my buddy Itarama had cropped exactly just a nice little surprise gift. He cropped this really cool graphic from Super Mario Land 2 from the Pumpkin Zone that I really enjoy as a kid. And that's kind of the idea of the 3-Up Moon, you know. There's also a lot of, like the 3-Up Moon for me, just to finish that thought, the first time I found a 3-Up Moon, super cool. Like that moment when you first find a 3-Up Moon or an item like it in a game, whether it's like the super rare item you've been looking for when you find the Master Sword, you know, not just Nintendo games, but when you find like a secret. So, and, you know, in the era before you could just go on the internet and find out what all the secrets were. Ooh, that's tough. I love that stuff. Okay, this is not legit right now because we're using so many save states. This is intense. I've never gotten to loop 4 and survived for very long, so. But yeah, there are some other 3-Up items in the Donkey Kong Country, just to tie it into the game that we're playing. In the Donkey Kong Country series, there's a red balloon for a 1-Up, but there are blue balloons which give you 3-Up. And that's thanks to, oh my god, kill me. Just kill me. Yeah, that was brought to my attention by my buddy Daryl, Stegosaurus McCartney in the chat. There's also a 3-Up Yoshi egg and a bonus game in Yoshi's Island. And of course, if you get 3 flowers at the end of a Super Mario Bros. 3 level, you will also get a 3-Up. I don't have my own Discord, but I'm on Discord, so I just hang out in a bunch of different ones. In Asteria and Riders Discord, the Retro Game Syndicate is another one, and then I just joined the Red Hen Co-op, or the Red Hen Coop. Yeah, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't really, because again, I spend a lot more time streaming. A lot more time streaming. Than I do, like, on Discord. Yeah, we're bound to die here. Those platforms are super fast. Holy shit. Okay, this is it. We did crack our high score. It feels less legitimate because we just keep dying and resetting. But we'll spin the wheel and get another game and then try to beat that high score there. Just gonna wait. It's all about the timing here. Yes. Oh my god. Did we just wall jump? Holy shit. Oh my god. We just wall jumped. You're pretty sure there were other levels in this game. Yeah, no, so there's also more levels than what we're seeing here because I think the arcade port has more stages, and that's what I was saying earlier, is that you got 4 stages in this, and 4 stages in DK Jr., but I'm almost positive that there are other stages that exist in the arcade cabinet. They just weren't included in this game. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That was done. We could not have done that. Okay, that's our new high score for the board. It, again, not as legitimate as I'd hoped because it, you know, we did use a bunch of save states there, but 60,600. So before it was 35,200, so we were able to almost double it. The purpose of the Wheel of the Whim or the Whim of the Wheel streams is basically just to have a little nostalgic nod to the era where high scores meant a little more, and it wasn't just all about achievements or how quick you could beat a game. So let's spin the wheel. We've got tons of high scores on the board for lots of games. And we actually... Popeye, no! Jump Eye, I guess it would be. Pop Man. Ooh, Jump Eye, just the visual of that is not good. Yeah, so some of the games that we can get in the wheel. Dig Dug 2, Burger Time, DK Jr., DK, Tetris, Yoshi's Cookie, Bomberman 2, Bubble Bobble, Adventures of Lolo 2, The Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle, 3D World Runner, and 2 different packs of 4-in-1 games, Quattro Arcade and Quattro Adventure. And there's some top-down shooters in there, some racers, some basic arcade games, and also some platformers, adventure games, and yeah, like I guess it would be an adventure game, like a point-and-click adventure kind of concept. There's a couple games and the Dizzy series that are in there, and then Snake Rattle and Roll is a new one we just added. It's a really cool, rare developed isometric puzzle platformer. I didn't own that one as a kid, but all the other ones I did growing up. We just had to add Snake Rattle and Roll. We discovered it on Sunday for our viewer request nights, and if you have 4,200 Moonstones, you can actually redeem a request and add a retro game to the queue. Every Sunday at 6 p.m. I'll play games from the queue, and they can be from Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, NES, SNES, or Sega Genesis. And I've been having a blast playing those games because I've been discovering tons of games I've never seen before. So just a sec, we'll load up the next game. We'll spin the wheel, see what we get. It's so silent. The stream is so silent. Okay, Quattro Adventure 1. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Linus Spacehead. So we're going to load up the Quattro Adventure 4-in-1 cart. It comes with 4 adventure platformer arcade-style games. Linus Spacehead, Boomerang Kid, which we played in the last Whim of the Wheel stream. But we weren't able to actually get a high score in that game on the board. Super Robin Hood, and Treasure Island Dizzy. Treasure Island Dizzy is probably one I'm going to take off the list because it's a little less arcade style. It's a little less score focused. There is a score. We do have a high score in it, but it's a little more of like an adventure game and takes a little more finesse. So I might remove that off the list. But Linus Spacehead we haven't played on the stream before. This is a game I had a lot of fun with. It has underwater levels that reminded me, I believe it's a remake in itself. It's a British developed platformer arcade game. And it also has a lot of levels that, to me, I feel inspired the Sonic underwater levels from Sonic the Hedgehog 1. So let me just pull up the game, Quattro Adventure. We haven't played it, so obviously we don't have, sorry about that. Obviously we don't have any high score on it at all. Let me see if you can see the game. Yep, and now we've got audio. So, in fact, I'm just gonna... Cool. All right. So, Linus Spacehead, this is the first game in Quattro Adventure, 4-in-1 pack. And a lot of these 4-in-1 or 6-in-1, 42-in-1, those games they're pretty rough. But this was a pack that I found wasn't that rough. I really enjoyed it. I've played Golden Axe before, yeah, never on the arcade though, and I've heard that's the ideal way to do it, but I don't know it that well. I've played it once or twice. Yeah, if you have 4,200 Moonstones, you could add Golden Axe to the queue. Right now, the games we have in the queue are Super Bonk and Tactics Ogre, The Knights of Lotus, which is almost like a Final Fantasy Tactics style game. Like strategic battle RPG. Heck yeah. Love the tunage in the Codemasters games. You found one of the Golden Axe games at a roller rink back in the day and it haunted you. Nice. Alright, here we go. I believe, yeah, this is a remake. So you can see how there'd be a little bit of inspiration with the bubbles with Sonic. Oh no! We got fished. It's not gonna be easy. Ooh, there's also the one with the fire-breathing devil head that you can't remember. Is that possibly Demon's Crest? Which is a story of... You basically play as Firebrand, the villain from the Super Ghouls and Ghosts series. Oh. So yeah, you can't really jump that high in this. You have to rely on the bubbles. Ooh. Damn. They basically have a timer as soon as you step on them. Yeah. No. Oh, it's more 8-bit. Interesting. Oh, I don't know. Don't know the game. Ah. Fire-breathing devil head. Interesting. Oh no, our oxygen level is bunk, and we can't actually just get oxygen from these bubbles. In fact, as a kid, I'm not even sure if I ever got past this level. I think I just played this level over and over, which is crazy. Oh, come on. Yes, is that oxygen? What? Hold on. Nope, it's not oxygen. So you can't even refill. Wow. That's tough. We don't even have a score in this game, do we? Yeah, we might have to take this one off the list as well. I don't think this is going to count for high score. We'll play it a little bit longer and try before we get a game over here. So yeah, there's going to be a few here. Boomerang Kid for sure, and Super Robin Hood can stay on the list because I played a lot of them and they're definitely high score based. But yeah, I maybe misremembered a few. We were playing Micro Machines as well, which is a fun game, and I always thought it was like an arcade-style game and had high scores as well, but nope, it also doesn't, so I had to remove it. Remove it from the wheel, that's fine. Satan's Hollow. That's the name of it. I've never heard of it. What kind of game is it? Is it like a shooting game? Like a shoot 'em up? I guess that's the only kind of shooting game that would exist on that NES. Well, unless we're talking Duck Hunt. Ooh, and Rampage. Yeah, I love Rampage. I have the Nintendo 64 version of Rampage. That was fun. A lot of good multiplayer action there. Ooh. Ah. Oh no, look at this, buddy. Get out of here. Oh, no. Yeah, this is tough. Well, as cool as it was to revisit that, what is this trying? It's trying to be Metroid. It's like the poor man's Metroid title screen, and then it becomes a dance tune. Alright, so I'm just going to do that right now. I'm just going to remove that, and we're going to remove also Treasure Island Dizzy from the wheel. They're just not really conducive to the type of stream that this is anyways, in terms of high score. That's fine. Let's spin the wheel one more time. It happens. I mean, like I said, I put this list together and just tried to tried to really just like think about what games did I rush home after school to play, what games did I like pretend I was sleeping and then like turn the TV back on and play all night as a kid. Pretty fun, but mainly because I just was drawn to their soundtracks and just like the quick pickup sort of arcade vibe to them. Oh, it's a Midway game, Satan's Hollow. Interesting. Yep, never heard of it, never played it. I don't think I've played the Rampage, the NES Rampage. I think there is an NES cart of Rampage. Let's spin and see what we're going to get. I see a few more people are joining the stream. Welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having an awesome day so far. I didn't even change my stream title when we played that. Bubble Bobble. Okay. Let's do Bubble Bobble. That's a sweet game. Another fun arcade game. We actually have... so the first Bubble Bobble game, there's tons of them in this series. The first Bubble Bobble game, in my opinion, is the best just because it's like quite simplistic, very simple arcade vibes. And we have a high score of 212,510. It's going to be tough to beat. But let's see what we can do. I'm just going to update my stream title. And yeah, this is a game that, not really known for its soundtrack because it's just like one song that repeats. But a game that I spent a lot of time with, really fun game. I feel like Taito's been trying to keep this game going for years and years. The spin-off of Bubble Bobble is Bust a Move, if you've ever played it. It's a simple puzzle game. There are versions of it. There's also arcade cabinets of this game. And then also... trying to think. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis versions of Bust a Move. PlayStation 1. They've been making them. There's a Sega Saturn version, Bubble Bobble Revolution. Worst Enemy says, it's Space Invaders with demons. Nice. That's awesome. Hell Invaders. Sorry, my stream took a shit because I was downloading something. Nice. And Cloudstorm Pirate, you were always raging Bubble Bobble. Super difficult game, yeah. Not an easy game, but we're gonna give it a shot. Hey, I edited my info. You dumb. There's something about Stream Manager I do not like. It lags all the time. I don't see activity in real time or chat in real time all the time. Like it does work sometimes, but then other times it just doesn't. It doesn't even show me like the exact proper time. Like it's not caught up with my stream, if that makes sense. Could be an internet thing though. 1 second. Taito, 1988. A year older than me. Ready to dive into the game. Let's do this. Oh, hey. Hey, Cloudstorm Pirate. Yeah, you noticed that chat lags a few seconds in a bunch of streams. Yeah, me too. I mean, there probably has to be, just to be able to handle everything, server-wise. It's a fairly simple concept to the game, and also let me know if I need to bring the volume down a touch. I might just bring it down anyways. But basically, oh, nice. Get an early E. Basically, you just want to encapsulate every enemy in a bubble. Then you want to go for these fruits. The best way to get high scores. One thing you want to be careful of is if you capture every single enemy and turn it into a fruit except for one, the last enemy is going to be super aggro and start chasing you down. Like that. See? And you kill this. Oh no. No! There we go. You have to jump on the bubble. If you're close enough to the hitbox of the enemy, then you can actually get some decent damage in. There we go. Yes. These are 2,000 each. Not bad, not bad. Cool. And hopefully everyone's got good audio and good video quality right now. I've been having some issues, some internet connection issues, so there might be a little lag. Let me know. Are you gonna lurk and do some art? Nice. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you so much for the support and for subscribing. Worst Enemies. Go check out Worst Enemies. Really cool podcast channel. Oh. I'm not doing it on console, no. I'm just emulating. I don't have a way to capture my NES. Oh, death. Not cool. No. See, that's nonsense. Hey! Nice. I'm gonna have to do a few attempts here. Remember, our personal best high score in Bubble Bobble is 215,520. Come on. Did anyone in the chat ever play Bust-A-Move or Super Bust-A-Move? Oh, wow. Wow. I want that X. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get that other peach, though. Not quick enough. That's okay. There we go. You can't really fall fast in this game. Ooh, a rupee. Nope. Now, I'm not sure exactly what they give you. The letters on the left side. I just know we gotta collect them. And this enemy always reminded me of something out of Final Fantasy for some reason. It looks like a white mage. We missed a letter. That's okay. Speaking of Space Invaders, this level always reminded me of Space Invaders because of the UFO. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. There we go. There's that 10,000. Okay, what's our score now? Okay, we're at 129,680, so it's not impossible to beat our high score. We're looking for 215. Yes, yes, yes. Unfortunately, we can't get out of here, though. Once we're stuck in there, that's fine. We survived the level. Now, this is what we're looking for. We've got to be a little more strategic as to how we kill the enemies now. So it starts giving us these kind of levels, which you hope will take them all out. Ah. Come on, come on, come on. Get him. Because we can't get into the into this heart here. We can't get into the heart. There we go. There's a timer in every stage, but there's not a timer that's visible to the player in this game. Yes. Oh no. That's okay. We'll take those. We'll take that, we'll take that. And we'll fall. No. Whew. Come on. There we go. Wow. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, no. Really? No! We're so close. We're so close to our personal best. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, so we need to get 212,000. 510. Oh, come on. Yes, we get it. We did it. Beat our personal best. Now we just have to survive as long as we can. Yes. Yes. That gives a lot of extra points. Oh no! Okay, we still have one more life. Okay. Oh yeah, while surpassing our high score. So we were able to beat our personal best in Donkey Kong. And Bubble Bubble. Oh no! That's a tricky level. I remember that being a really tricky level when I was a kid. Rask Chris, no thank you for the bigfollows.com. Don't need them. I'm cool with natural follows. Ignore the spam. I don't have a mod, so if someone wants to report that person, they can. There are ways around it, but we beat our personal best, 260,300. That's awesome. We're going to spin the wheel. Just going to update the scoreboard. Alright, I'm just going to play some tunes while we wait for the next game. We'll see what game we're going to get and what game we have to beat our personal high score in. Nice. We got ourselves Tetris. Not fantastic at it. We do have a high score on the board. Our high score in Tetris is 37,735. It's a classic, of course. So I'll try to beat that. And just give me a moment here while I load it up. I'm also going to update my stream title. Alright, Tetris. Good old Tetris. Let me load it up. My buddy Pugsley, back home in Eastern Ontario, his older brother Kirk, growing up, was actually insanely good at this game. And he could actually play himself in 2-player Tetris using 2 NES controllers, 1 hand each. And he would just keep it going. Both games he could keep going like consistently. It was insane. He would just get to the point where he would just perpetually keep the game going. Like he wouldn't die in either game, which blows my mind, because it just takes so much brain power to even just focus on one. Let me do this. Let me show you the game, and you got the game audio, and here we go. Also came out in 1989. Yeah, we're gonna rock with Music 3. Why not? So it says our top score in the top is 10,000. It is not. It is 37,735. Ooh, nice. You had Tetris on Game Boy. Was it basically... I never played the Tetris on Game Boy, like the original Game Boy. Was it basically just this? Because I did have Tetris DX on Game Boy Color. It was a very fun game. They released it to kind of like showcase the Game Boy Color, kind of like how they did Link's Awakening DX, and Super Mario Brothers DX as well, the remake of that. Black and white, nice. So yeah, I haven't played that one actually. That's a cool one. Might be a good one to request for retro viewer request night. You couldn't play it at night, yeah. Well, I remember the old Game Boy, even Game Boy Color. It didn't have a backlit screen. I owned 2 Whim lights back in the day for my Game Boy Color and my original Game Boy, and basically it was just like a USB connector, because the Game Boy link cables were actually USB connectors. They were USB like ports basically, and they were used by Nintendo before they were used widely by people who develop computers and build computers, before it was a standard. Nice, nice. Yeah, I used to use the Whim light. I had 2 of them. Used to use it all the time. Good times. That and the Game Shark. Used to mess around with the Pokemon games, try to walk through walls, you know, give myself like a bunch of Master Balls or rare candies. And in my original NES collection, I actually had a Game Genie. My uncle had a Game Genie as well as a Game Genie codebook. So we would do all sorts of things like add codes to Super Mario Brothers 3 and do the Moonwalk or the Skywalker code, which would allow you to just do these crazy high jumps and skip through levels, but just through jumping. You could do like floaty physics or do unlimited lives. And so I practiced a lot of Super Mario Brothers 3 as a kid just by setting myself to unlimited lives and just practicing the game over and over. It was really cool. The Game Genie was basically like the Game Shark for the NES. You think you had the Game Genie too? Yeah, you abused it. That's funny. And the SNES Game Boy cartridge thing. Oh yeah, the Super Game Boy. That was cool too. A lot of the Nintendo games or Game Boy Color games were enhanced for Super Game Boy. So they added a few extra things here and there in the game, like graphically or musically. Tetris is always so chill at the beginning. And then it's like a switch is flipped and then you're like, holy shit. lulls you into a false sense of security. Yeah, totally. It's the best way to describe it. I always really liked the music here. This song. Kind of reminds me like something that you would hear in Chrysalis or like just an RPG or something. It just doesn't feel like puzzle music necessarily. Oh, oh. Seems crazy. Seems crazy to do that. There we go. Nice. Or this music could be like in Wizards and Warriors or Dragon Quest. It's so funny. Just doesn't feel Tetris-y. Okay. Yes. Yes. Have we been lulled into a false sense of security already? Let's see. Yes. Here we go. This is where they get you. Oh no. Oh no. Nope. That's it. That's it. Oh, close. 28,697. We're looking for 37,000. Okay. From the top. Really does trick you, this game. Like as soon as we get Tetris, I just stop talking. I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta focus. Focus. Yes. said yep, and I knew that it was a no moment. That's fine. We can save ourselves. Oh, that's not good. I really like Tetris DX. It's got really great music. Highly recommend that if you do want to dive into a Tetris game. Obviously, this one's fantastic as well. Be interested to try the Game Boy one. The OG Game Boy one in black and white. Not good. This is early too, so this might be a bunk run. Yes. 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 Oh no. No, we're done. 32,000. Ooh-hoo. Ooh-hoo. 5,000 away. So, what I'm going to do is just take a moment. I'm just going to take a quick break. I didn't even realize my video wasn't on. Sorry about that. I'm just going to take a quick break, get some food, refuel with some coffee, hang with my partner for like 10, 15, maybe 20. Stick around though. I'm going to play some tunes. I'm going to play some music from a really cool Nintendo and Chill lo-fi mixtape that I found on YouTube. I think we can do this. We are really close to beating our 35,700 high score. That's not a huge score in Tetris. So what I'm going to do is we'll play some tunes. We'll have a little bit of an intermission. I want to say thank you so much to everyone that's been hanging out. Thank you to Worst Enemies for supporting the channel and for subbing. And yeah, thanks to everyone just spending your Tuesday here. I'm not gonna go away anytime soon, so like I said, I'll be back in about 10 or 15. And we'll play some good Nintendo music. There we go. Okay, cool. Stick around, everyone. Once we beat this high score, we'll spin the wheel again and see what we'll get. So it'll just be a few more minutes, and then I will be back to attempt to beat my Tetris high score. Stick around, and then we'll spin that wheel one more time. Okay, I am back. So we're going to take on Tetris. Let's try to beat our high score. We just got 32,611. Let's try to beat our high score, personal high score, which is 37,735. Let me get this game audio back for us. We really don't need to put in a name, do we? No. Because every time I reload this game, our actual personal best high score isn't saved here. But yeah, 37,735 is what we're looking to beat. Earlier in the stream, if you're just joining, earlier in the stream we got... we played Bomberman II. We weren't able to beat our personal high score, but we did play... oh my god, why is that at the tip of my tongue? Donkey Kong, the original Donkey Kong, and we beat our personal high score. And then Bubble Bobble, we were able to beat our personal high score. So I think it's definitely possible here. I'm just going to reset. I'm not sure what B-type game is. I don't really know. Yeah, see, I didn't want to start at level 1. I wanted to start at level 0. This is better. Okay, we can do this. Yeah, that's fine. That's something we can deal with. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine to do as well. Woo. Halfway there. Halfway there. 1.5. Yep. Do that. So tricky. Here we go. This is when it starts to get really Tetris-y. Yes. We were able to recover from that. That was awesome. Boom. Okay, here we go. Now it's fast. Yep. Thank you for the moons. I'm also looking at the chat at the same time, which I shouldn't be. Ah! Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Yep. We beat it, didn't we? Don't look at the score. Don't look at the score. We can recover. Oh no! No. Nope. Oh, damn. Holy crap. Thank you for the moons, Michelle. We did it though. We did it. 46,478. So we almost got 10,000 more than our last score, which is good. That was tough. That only happened because we were able to clear the board twice in like the previous stage. No, it was not your fault. That was not your fault, Cloudstorm Pirate. That was me just looking at the chat. It wasn't the chat that screwed me up. I actually looked at the high score and was like, oh yes, we made it. And that's what screwed me up. But that's okay. We still beat our personal best. We were able to do that in Donkey Kong. We were able to do that in Tetris and also in Bubble Bobble. So the new one to beat when we get Tetris on the board again will be 46,478. Cool, so I'm just gonna put some tunes back on while we spin the wheel again and see what game that we get. Don't look at us. I'm gonna spin the wheel, and whatever game we get, we'll try to beat our personal score. We'll try to get a high score on the board if we don't have it already. And like the title says, we are at the whim of the wheel. I'm just gonna update my stream title as well and see what we get. Yoshi's Cookie, nice. From puzzle game to puzzle game. This is a game I spent a lot of time with, and we do have a personal best high score. It's 30,300. So let me just update the stream title and load up Yoshi's Cookie. If you haven't played it before, it's a really, really fun game. Simple but addictive puzzle game where you play as Chef Mario and you are working in the cookie factory, basically just packing them away and shipping them, trying to keep the cookies away from Yoshi. If the cookies overflow from your workstation, then Yoshi's going to get a cookie. And Mario, being the total dick that he is, even though Yoshi literally saved his life in Yoshi's Island 2, and is the main reason why he's alive, basically raised him. And how Mario constantly bails on Yoshi just to get a little extra height. He continues to be a dick. Deprives Yoshi of those cookies. Now, you can play this game on Super Nintendo as well, and I'm not sure exactly which console it came out on first. I had it for NES, obviously. I have played the Super Nintendo version, but highly worth checking it out if you're into classic puzzle games. It's a unique one, for sure. Let me see if... So we'll set it to retro. There's no category for Yoshi's Cookie. Well, there is, but I don't like to set my category to anything without box art. It's kind of silly. So we'll set it to retro and then load up the game here in just a second. So yeah, now you should be able to see it. Came out in 1992, 1993, same year as Bomberman II. Great game to play two-player. and just great NES game in general. This one is at the top of the list for where I've spent the most time. This and Burger Time. For any of the games in this list, even though Burger Time still gives us a lot of trouble, I feel like I'm better at Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong. But when we play Burger Time, there's such a precise point in which you need to be standing just to grab onto the ladder, because it's a lot like Donkey Kong and Popeye. You just climb ladders, walk through platforms, avoid enemies. But it's really tough. If you are even just a pixel off from the platform that you're going to walk on or the ladder you're supposed to grab on, it doesn't give you much forgiveness. Probably a game that works a little bit better on the arcade cabinet with the joystick. But I spent a lot of time with it on NES. Yeah, let's go with the first music. I think last time we got this roulette, we were listening to music C. Hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday so far. Thanks for the GG, Cloudstorm. And thanks for hanging out. So basically what you do is you press A and then you can shift the row of cookies or a column of cookies. And then you clear the screen. But you can't let this screen fill up with cookies at all, because that's when it overflows and that's when Yoshi gets a cookie. There are also golden Yoshi's cookies, which are basically like wild cards, which is nice. Love this game. So our high score in this is 30,300. I think it's definitely doable. Around that point is when it starts to get really difficult and speed up. So this is another game where it lulls you into a false sense of security, just like Tetris. Did you play this game back in the day, Cloudstorm? Say it looks familiar. And like I said, there is a Super Nintendo version of it. I love the reggae vibe to this tune. It actually weirdly reminds me of the music from Earthbound. Now, I've never played Earthbound 0 or Mother, the very first Mother game, because Earthbound is known as Earthbound here, but it's known as Mother 2 in Japan. And there was a sequel made that got brought here, and then there's also Mother 3, which was released on Game Boy Advance, but also only in Japan. But it's a game that I've always wanted to dive into. I know that you have to get like a fan translation of it. I think Earthbound 0 was released, or Mother 1 was released as Earthbound 0 on Game Boy Advance in a multi-pack. Could be wrong. What makes it Yoshi? You know what? That's the thing. It's Yoshi's cookie because he's trying to get the cookie. Even though you star as Mario, I think they just really wanted to bank on the marketability of Yoshi at the time. Considering they just introduced Yoshi 2 years prior in Super Mario World. So again, this game was released after Super Mario World on the NES. So they were developing a lot of games on the NES still, when the Super NES was out. What makes it Yoshi is just that you have to not let the cookies overflow. You'll see there's like a little cutscene every 10 stages where Yoshi's trying to get the cookie, or get a cookie from Mario. Basically, we just have learned that Mario is a total dick. That's all. These cookies are raw! I have 29 Michelin stars. Raw. Raw pork. Whoa. Don't put pork in your cookies. Yes. I like how Michelle also joined in the raw. Raw. Also, in real life, when I get these Peak Freen cookies, like these fruit jelly-filled cookies, I always think of Yoshi's cookie. Here's our cutscene. If you can call it a cutscene. That's supposedly a cookie. And Mario got it before it rolled away. The next cutscene, you'll see Yoshi trying to get it when it rolls away. I mean, that's about as much story as you're gonna get in this game. You want story, you play Yoshi's Story. It's in the name. Yoshi's Story. It's in the game. I always hated those EA Sports intros. Although I did love me some NHL 98 on the PC back in the day. Right now this game is, like I said, it lulls you into that false sense of security. But it's going to pick up real quick here. There we go. And so each stage is actually, it can be memorized, and you can come up with speedrun strats for each stage. Like there are some patterns that, no matter what, without fail, will get you success and clear the board really quickly. Which is something I appreciate in a game like this. It's our first wild card. Yes. There we go. There's a few of these I actually remember and have the muscle memory from when I was a kid. Oh shit. Not today. Nice. This game definitely has two-player, Gaming Trucker. Also, welcome to the stream. It does have two-player. It's a little different though. I'll pull up two-player. I don't have two controllers, so I wouldn't be able to like show you. I know me and my partner Michelle sometimes we'll do co-op streams on the channel. Every Saturday we do like Mario Golf together. Mario Golf 64. But yeah, it does have 2-player. It's a little bit different though. They don't, because like imagine how would you split screen this, right, on an NES? So it's kind of like a different mode. But it's fun though. I did play it 2-player often as a kid. And I think there's a little bit more going on in the 2-player mode in the Super Nintendo version of Yoshi's Cookie. Again, I'm not sure which one came out first. Oh, we actually have to wait till round 3 to see the full cutscene with Yoshi. Or after round 3. Yeah, Mario Golf. I stream every single day from 1 p.m. Pacific onward, and I do retro games, ROM hacks, fan games, randomizers of retro games, a lot of those, and RPGs. And my first co-op playthrough with Michelle, with my partner on stream, is every single Saturday evening. Usually we do it at about 6:30 or 7 p.m. Pacific. And we've done like 3 or 4 streams so far. We've been getting better at it and just really just revisiting the game because it's a co-op game we both remember spending a lot of time with. And we've been getting better playing it and just trying to unlock characters and courses. Also, every Friday I do Final Fantasy, so Final Fantasy Fridays. This at the same time, 6 p.m. Pacific. We do Final Fantasy IX. So right now, that's the first one we started playing on the channel. The channel really, I've been streaming every single day, but we really only started in January 18th. So I'm actually blown away at the amount of support that we've got. I'm hitting 219 followers in only just a couple months. So yeah, Fridays are Final Fantasy Fridays. We got Mario Golf on Saturday evenings. Boom, boom. And then on Sundays is our viewer request nights, and you can actually redeem 4,200 Moonstones to at any time. You don't have to wait till Sunday to basically add a game to the queue. Any Game Boy game, any SNES game, any NES game, and all the Game Boys. So Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance are open, and same with Genesis. And it's been super fun. I've been really discovering a lot of really cool games that way. Oh yeah, the Game Boy Color version of Mario Golf, that's right. There's actually a way to connect it to... I was looking at all the different modes last Saturday when we were going, at the end of the stream, we were going through like some of the extra modes, like Speed Golf. We've been playing Club Slots mode, which is like a randomized built-in mode into the original Mario Golf, where before each hole, each character gets a chance to spin the slots, and they might get 1, 2, or 3 clubs, but the clubs they get are randomized. And so that's all they have available for that hole. It's pretty interesting. I didn't realize that existed as a kid playing that game. I also didn't realize that Speed Golf, which is something that's being touted as like a new sort of, it feels like a new feature in the recently announced Switch Mario Golf game, is actually just from the original. Plus we plan on playing some Toadstool Tour and some Double Dash on stream together as well. Mario Kart. It's another game I'm casually streaming every once in a while. Like in the evenings I'll do Mario Kart Super Circuit as well. So I think Double Dash, it only makes sense to do a co-op stream of that just because of the fashion in which that game works, you know? But yeah, there's actual connectivity, just like in Pokemon Stadium with your Game Boy Color version of Mario Golf in one of the secret modes, or one of the extra like, bonus modes, I guess, in the 64 game. Also something I never realized, which is weird because I actually owned the Game Boy Color version and the 64 version at the same time growing up. You play Mario Kart for DS sometimes the kids got vicious. Nice. Yeah, Mario Kart DS I really enjoyed. I spent a lot of time with that. I have Mario Kart 7 as well on my 3DS, but the DS one was fun. There was a lot of really cool remade tracks. from all the retro. Those are some of my favorite tracks, are the retro tracks remade in 3D. And I was blown away when I started playing Mario Kart Super Circuit. You know, when you unlock the extra cups, you unlock all the original like Super Mario Kart tracks. Hold on here. So you can play the Super Mario Kart Super Nintendo tracks, but updated to the style of Mario Kart Super Circuit. But then I was looking into Super Mario Kart ROM hacks, like ROM hacks of the original Super Nintendo game. And I, as a kid, back in the day, I used to mess around with a program called Track Edit, and it let you export the overlay of the map of each track from the original Super Mario Kart into Paint and edit it, and then re-import it into the game. And it had very strict color and shading rules, so the program would actually interpret what you redrew, and you could actually make your own custom Mario Kart tracks. And because the accessibility of tools that allow you to create tracks was so prevalent back in the early 2000s, online, there's a ton of Super Mario Kart ROM hacks with custom tracks. Some people have tried to remake real-world tracks, have updated the AI as well so that it behaves a little differently. If you're a big fan of the Super Nintendo Mario Kart and you want to check out some new tracks, highly recommend looking into some ROM hacks. And there are a few out there which blew my mind, but there's one called Super Mario Kart Super Circuit. And it's the opposite of what I experienced in the Game Boy Advance game. It's all the Game Boy Advance tracks demade as opposed to being remade in the style of Super Mario Kart. There's also a Super Mario Kart DS and a Super Mario Kart 7, if you can believe it, where all the tracks from those games, you know, as best as they could, somebody tried to recreate those tracks. The only downfall with Super Mario Kart is that it's only 2 players, so you can't really play with more than one person, but super fun. Ooh, DS Bomberman. So yeah, Cloudstorm, I was playing Bomberman 2 earlier, and I was talking about how growing up I was spending so much, I spent a lot of time playing with my buddy Stegosaurus McCartney in the chat, my buddy Daryl, playing Super Bomberman co-op, and one of my favorite co-op experiences was Super Bomberman. Because of the bosses were really tight, they were super difficult, but Bomberman 2 kind of set that groundwork for like how those games were going to be made. It really refined upon the series, and then they kind of like stuck with that format. I also never owned the Switch Super Bomberman R, but I always wanted to. It was a launch title for the Switch, and it was basically like a brand new Super Bomberman, like on the Super Nintendo, but you could play with up to 8 players. I don't know if anyone in the chat has played it before. Also, what's up, Philip? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Hey, Oosh. Hellos. Heloosh. How's it going today? Love a good Bomberman game for sure. So we're trying to beat our high score in Yoshi's Cookie today. We were able to beat our high score in Donkey Kong, in Tetris, in Bubble Bobble, but we weren't able to beat our high score in Bomberman 2. And this is the next game we got in the Whim of the Wheel. Hey, Siohane. Loving that emote. I'm really excited, actually. Siohane is working on and has been working on a Pokemon Stadium 1 ROM hack. And that emote is from that. I was playing the Pokemon Stadium 2 minigames the other day, actually while we were playing Mario Golf, me and Michelle, and I met Siohane that way. And I am really stoked to try it. I believe there are 2 ROM hacks that you're working on. One of them has custom Pokemon in them, and one of them is it includes Pokemon fusions. If you can imagine a Pokemon Stadium ROM hack, we were playing Pokemon Stadium 2 Randomizer recently on the channel, and I can't even envision what a Stadium ROM hack would be like. So I'm really excited to try it. I actually have it, and I will be planning on maybe trying it on stream if you're cool with it, Siohane. Ooh, having some horrible pizza and playing games, Philip. Nice. What makes it horrible pizza? Like horrible for you kind of pizza? But delicious? And what games are you playing? Ooh. Ooh. Also, I don't have a shout-out command, but go check out Grimbomb's channel if you haven't already. It's a really, really cool channel. He plays a lot of similar stuff to me, like a lot of Zelda randomizers, a lot of Dragon Quest. He's also casually playing some Final Fantasy XIV online, some MMORPG vibes. Oh, hilarious! Yeah, so I have the alpha, and you were gonna ask if I was able to try it. Yeah, I think I can. I haven't tested it yet, but yeah, I'm definitely into trying it out on stream. I'm also playing. Yesterday we were doing more of our Pokemon Leaf Green randomizer Nuzlocke. We lost some Mons, we gained some Mons. Oh, this is gonna be tough here. But yeah, I'm definitely down to check it out, Siohane, for sure. I'm not sure exactly when. If you have Discord, I don't use it too often. But if you have Discord, if you want to DM me your Discord name, I can add you and let you know when I'm going to stream it. One of our followers, Elemental10, was the one who let me know about the Pokemon Stadium 2 randomizer, and I did the same thing. Reached out to let them know when it was going to happen. Ooh. Ooh. Watch out here. It's going to be tricky. Ooh. Yes. Cool. I'm just gonna catch up on chat here, just one second. It's just fast food pizza. Oh, but they really messed it up. It's not exactly what you asked for, which is fine. But all the cheese and the sauce was on 3 slices, and the rest of the pizza was just bread. And it's not fully cooked. It's still doughy. You're not mad. It was free, but you're playing a bunch of stuff these days, getting save file set up for when you start streaming. Nice. Flip the bread part onto the cheesy part and make pizza sandwiches. Yeah, that's true. That's funny. But if you don't order a pizza sandwich, you don't want to get a pizza sandwich, you know? Today, you're getting a main character set up in Borderlands 3. Nice. I've never played the Borderlands games. I also don't have a Discord command or anything like that. That's Johan. Let me just drop in the chat my Discord. I'm 3up_moon, just like on Twitch here. If anyone wants to add me, it's number 4062. If it was cooked through, that would be a great idea. That's funny. And Cloudstorm, you've been playing some MMO. What MMO are you playing? You're also playing Stardew Valley. I love Stardew Valley. So it just got updated, and I have it on the Switch, and I love the way it plays on the Switch. My Switch capture card, though, gives me so much input delay. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's because I'm using a Mac. Still not sure, so I'm not able to do any Switch streaming at the moment. But I did buy a Switch capture card, and it feels kind of silly that I can't really use it, but on Sundays, originally, my plan was to set up a farm on stream and do Stardew Valley streams, because I love that game. It's such a great game to just decompress and de-stress. And I feel like puzzle games do the same for me as well, but yeah, definitely definitely Stardew Valley is like such a fun game. And it's a great blend of like Harvest Moon meets Chrono Trigger meets Animal Crossing in the music and some aspects of it. It's just a really good blend. You watch some Twitch streamers play Stardew as well. Nice. You're full now and you're happy, Phil. Nice. I'm Phil now and I'm happy. That's funny. You used to play Trickster when it comes to MMOs, and then you went to Perfect World, and then Aeon, lately Arceus. I don't know any of those. For me, the only MMOs I've played, I tried out World of Warcraft for a little bit back in the day when some friends from school were playing it. But honestly, original RuneScape. I don't know if that dates me or anything, but I used to play RuneScape all the time with my cousin Chris. I see Pride in the chat, and my other cousin Mike, who is Motorbike Mike in the chat as well. Spent a lot of time on that. Oh. This is when the levels can get tricky here. But yeah, I haven't played too many MMOs. Ooh. Ah. Okay, good. Some of these can get so fast, but there are really quick ways to clear it. Oh yeah, Chrono Trigger's an awesome game. Love, 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 love Chrono Trigger. I will be playing it on the stream eventually. I try to just do one RPG on the stream at a time. Besides Pokemon, because we'll be always taking on different randomizer Nuzlocks, but the only RPG we're playing on stream right now is Final Fantasy IX on Fridays. But once we beat it, we're going to be diving into, I think, Paper Mario on the N64. But I have a whole list of them. I plan on playing Breath of Fire 2, plan on playing Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross on the channel. All games that I've spent a lot of time with, whether it was in my childhood or after the fact. Just got into them later, but I love the music in all of those games. Breath of Fire 2 is such an underrated Super Nintendo RPG. I think it's a fantastic RPG. I never played the first one. I feel like I heard about the Breath of Fire series once it was on the PlayStation 2. So I just missed like the hype, if there was any hype for it. But I feel like it's quite underrated. If you're looking for a good Super Nintendo RPG that innovated and actually added a lot of really, really cool elements, definitely check out Breath of Fire 2. Nice. Ooh, she played RuneScape as well. I know they recently like put out like RuneScape Classic. I have it on my tablet and it's like not the same. It's supposed to be like a throwback to like the early build of RuneScape. It's cool though that they did set it up and have it available for people, but it's not exactly the same. I was all about fishing and magic in those games. It was the two skills I was always trying to buff. Speaking of fishing, I love Stardew Valley's fishing mechanic. I think a lot of people don't like it because it's a little bit hard to get used to, but I love that. And also one of the most relaxing, de-stressing things is fishing for me in Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing. Really cool mechanics. Oh, shoot. Okay, we gotta go this way. Oh, oh, ah. There we go. Stardew fishing is cool once you get used to it. Yeah, totally. It's definitely something you gotta get used to because it's just not like any other game. I think it's a little easier. I find it's easier on the Switch than doing it with the mouse when you're playing it on Steam. I first discovered Stardew Valley with my cousin Mike. He played it. I actually got him into starting his own garden, which I think is pretty cool. That game's really inspired a lot of people to look a little further into where their food comes from, which is such a fantastic feat, considering it was designed by, composed by, programmed by, everything, tested by the same person. Oh no! You never tried RuneScape? There's like a more modern version of RuneScape as well. But yeah, I'd be into playing an MMO. I just haven't found one that I really liked since RuneScape. He has a team of people now, but was definitely solo at first. Nice. Well, I mean, he put himself through a lot of like health complications when he was working on the game. There's a really cool documentary series, I'm trying to remember the name of it now, on YouTube. That follows like the history of modern indie game development. There's one on Spelunky, there's one on Edmund McMillan, who did the Binding of Isaac games and Gish. And there's one on the creator of Stardew Valley. And he talks about how he just got sick. So you need to have a team. Really, like, no one can really do something alone. Even the best like auteur filmmakers who it's all their vision. Like, they have a full team of people making those things, putting those things together. You always like the Harvest Moon games, which is why Stardew was so cool to you. Nice. Yeah, I like the Harvest Moon games. I feel like Stardew Valley really improves upon the farming, the relationship simulation, really like everything that the Harvest Moon games had to offer. I've played the Super Nintendo one before. I wasn't as hooked as I was with Stardew Valley. Kiddo has had you play Binding of Isaac. Nice. Well, if you're a fan of Zelda at all, Binding of Isaac is just basically a gory, biblical, horror-themed Zelda dungeon simulator. A randomized Zelda dungeon simulator. It's super fun. I know the new DLC just came out. It just looks a little much for me. I have the Binding of Isaac Rebirth, and actually, if you go to YouTube, I've got the 3 Up Moon YouTube channel where all my streams are posted in full, and I have a playlist of about 28 or so streams of Binding of Isaac Rebirth. I don't have any of the DLC, don't even have Afterbirth or Afterbirth Plus, but just the core game. I spent a lot of time watching other streamers over the years play that game, and I really enjoy playing it. Ooh. Oh no. Okay, we're getting lucky here, but this is exactly where you can flub up really easily. Ooh. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. I think it'd be really cool if there was a Binding of Isaac mod which just turned you into Zelda, and instead of tears, it was silver arrows. You made Zelda the main character, and then all the enemies were just like skinned over Zelda characters, and you have to save Link. That would be really cool. I know that there's 100%. So I haven't done Binding of Isaac in a little while, so I'll dive into doing some more late night Isaac streams. But I just don't want to like flood Twitch with Isaac streaming, because right now that game just came out, like the new DLC, Repentance, and so I don't think people are going to be wanting to watch like the OG non-DLC version of the game. While everyone is streaming Repentance right now. On Steam, you've done Papers, Please, Beholder, and Don't Starve Together. Oh yeah, Don't Starve Together is super cool, and Don't Starve as well. You also have Final Fantasy 6, 7, and 8 on Steam. Recently, there was a Square Enix sale on Steam. There was a 90% off sale. That's really cool. I'm a big fan of 6. My favorite Final Fantasy games have to be 4, 5, and 6. Plus, I'm really enjoying Final Fantasy IX. I enjoyed it back in the day. But you know what? They do lots of Square Enix sales. That's the thing that I was like telling people. I was like, yo, there's a 90% off sale on Square Enix stuff right now. A lot of the remasters, like FF8 remaster and stuff like that. But also, it was up to 90%, so not everything was that. And also, apparently they do it a lot. It's quite frequent. So if you just have some of those games on your wish list, it's pretty easy to... Oh no. Oh no. It's pretty easy to catch when they're on sale. It's also pretty easy to lose here. Oh my god. The stress of the Yoshi's cookie. Going quite fast here. Just like in Tetris, it's lulling us to a false sense of security. Oh no. Oh no. There we go, there we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go, there we go. Done. That's that quick speed run strat for that round. See, some rounds can last forever, and sometimes you can get lucky. Damn. Yep. There we go. Okay, cool. What's our high score in this? Our high score is 30,300. Okay, cool. We're really close. Really, really close, right around the corner. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is super stressful. Oh no. Look how close we were. 30,070. Our personal high score is 30,300. Ah, no way. Ah, that sucks. Wow. So close. I'm going to do it one more time. But because somebody asked, is this 2-player? Let me show off 2-player real quick. Music that sounds like it could be in Blaster Master or Adventure Island. It's very similar, but they have to figure out a split screen somehow, right? So this is how they do it. Kind of the same as how a game like Dr. Robotnik's Mean Green Bean Machine would, or Tetris Attack or something. If you're playing Tetris Attack, the better you do, the less time your opponent has, basically. Why does that not count? What the hell? Is the Yoshi's cookie not a wild card anymore? That's interesting. So, you know, really quick, digestible rounds. Certainly not the type of 2-player you might have thought at first. Like, Tetris at least allows you to play the same 1-player game, basically. Yeah, super simple. Okay, here we go. Second attempt. We need to beat 30,300. Oh, whoa, we're not starting from here. Hold on a second. For round 5. No way. We gotta start from the top. So 30,300. We can do it. We beat our high score in Tetris. We beat our high score in Donkey Kong earlier. We beat our high score in Bubble Bobble. Woo. Yep. That's how you rack up those points, is with combos. Because then those multipliers keep happening. See? Times 2, times 4, times 8, times 16. That's what we're looking for. You get double the points, you get 20 points for a row. 20 plus whatever multiplier that you're using, but you get 20 points every time there's a row with a wild golden Yoshi's cookie, which is just a wild card, basically. All these cookies look delicious, by the way. Something about cartoon food or video game food that just works, you know? Good wall chicken. Or wall turkey, whatever you want to call it. In Castlevania. Some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cheesy pizza. That's fine. we basically just have to get to round 5, and by round 5 things are gonna start to ramp up in difficulty, but they're also gonna start giving us more points. And that's about where we ended off in the last attempt, so. Nice. Just gonna skip the cutscenes for now. Once we played through them the first time. Because we started this stream a little later, normally around this time is when I'd be starting my second stream. Once we do this attempt, I'll probably just take a quick break, and then we're going to dive into some more of our Pokemon Leaf Green Randomizer Nuzlocke. We got a lot of progress done yesterday, even though we also lost a bunch of Pokemon. But basically, it's a hard mode challenge of playing any Pokemon game, where the first Pokemon you encounter in each area is the only one you're allowed to catch. And if your Pokemon loses all of its HP at any time, you have to release it. It's considered permadead. So you have to either release it or put it into the PC and never use it again. If you run out of all usable Pokemon, you're done with the run. So we've actually reached our personal best on stream. I've beat it once before off stream years ago in a version of Pokemon Fire Red. But just to amp things up a little bit, we've randomized, because I love a good randomizer. We've randomized all the Pokemon, their movesets, their TM and HM compatibility. So if you ever played the original Pokemon games or Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, it's basically like an amped up, difficult challenge. We unfortunately lost a bunch of Pokemon last time, but we did gain a few, so there's an ebb and flow of that. But we do, we're at Rock Tunnel, and we just got the 3rd gym badge. The furthest we've got so far, we've done about 5 attempts on the channel so far with Fire Red, and the furthest we were able to get was Brock, so still feel good about our progress. Really fun to re-experience that game that way, though. And even if you don't use the Nuzlocke rules, if you've ever tried randomizing a Pokemon game, ultra fun, because your starter will be random. It's just a fun experience. If you want a different play experience, so that's kind of the reason why I like games like Binding of Isaac, Spelunky 2, Slasher's Keep is a great one. I'm huge into roguelike games because they basically are like built-in randomizers. This is what people want these days. Even board games, like tabletop games, are borrowing the same concept, where every time you play there's a completely different experience. I feel like it's a really cool trend that is really building on the concept of like retro gaming, because a lot of people do roguelike versions of retro games. There's a game called Nightmare Reaper, which just came out, that is basically like a really smooth, modern FPS feeling, like retro Doom. So it looks like old school Doom, but it feels a little more modern and very smooth to control. And it's a roguelike. It's procedurally generated. The levels are different every time. Ooh. And I also do these Whim of the Wheel streams on the regular. This might be the 7th or 8th one we've done so far. I've been really enjoying these because I've been playing, games that I really grew up with and spent a lot of time with. The complete opposite of the viewer request nights, because they're also retro games, but most of the time they're games I haven't played before. Ooh. And it's a really fun way. Like, a lot of people have been recommending and redeeming games that are very close to their heart or very nostalgic for them. And they're games on systems I never had. It's pretty cool. I'm excited to dive in. This Sunday we're going to be starting with Super Bonk. I have played Super Bonk before, and it was redeemed by Adorama. It's a really fun platformer. I'm excited for that. But also the next game, Tactics Ogre, Knights of Lotus for Game Boy Advance. It'll be our first Game Boy Advance redeem on the channel for viewer nights. And also, it's a strategy battle RPG. So stuff like, it's similar to like Fire Emblem or the Advance Wars or Famicom Wars series, the Nobunaga's Ambition series, or Final Fantasy Tactics. There's a handful of Tactics Ogre games in the series, but I've never played any of them. I've just known that they've existed. That's basically it. So I'll be going into that one blind. But there's tons of room for people to add to the queue. As long as we haven't gotten a request for it already, you can redeem and request any game for Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, NES, SNES, or Sega Genesis. Ooh. Yep. Yep. I feel like I'm constantly talking about my schedule, but I just want to let people know what I'm doing on what day. And if you want to drop by, that's awesome. I also never know who's watching. So, you used to play Final Fantasy Tactics, but you never finished it, though. I borrowed a friend's copy of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, but I've never played it for much more than maybe a couple of hours. It was very fun, though. I really enjoyed it. But it's never been a game that I spent a lot of time with. Great music. I love the music in it, that's for sure. Yes. Yes. Love you. Here we go. Yes. There we go. Yeah, definitely there's some of these where I remember some of the quick strats, and some of them where I do not. Yes. Go. Nice. Yes. Nice. Oh no! See, that didn't work out the way I wanted. The wild cards didn't work upwards. They went. They basically paired with each other instead of pairing with the actual other ones. Interesting. Yes. Yes. We can do this. We can beat our high score easily. We were so close last time. 30,300 is what we're looking for. Just better than that. Super addictive puzzle game. If you're looking for a super classic puzzle game to dive into that feels a little different than most of the typical ones that you've played before, highly recommend checking this one out. Your turn for food. If you end stream before you get back, it's been fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Cloudstorm. Thanks for hanging out. It was definitely my fault that I screwed up on that on that Tetris thing. Don't worry about that. Have a great rest of your day and night as well. And I'll be streaming, like I said, a little later tonight. I'll be diving into our Nuzlocke challenge, but I do these Whim of the Wheel streams on the regular. So hope to catch you here another time soon. Also, enjoy your food. It's important to fuel up. Even though Yoshi can't have a cookie, we can all have some proper food. Boom, boom. Alright. Oh, 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 oh. Yes, 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 yes. That's true, Yoshi does have his own wildcard cookie, so that's all good. That's funny. He's not allowed to eat one, but he can definitely have one in his likeness. Made and sold, and probably doesn't get any royalties. Yes. Yeah. Now that we're into round 4, 5 is when it really kicks into difficulty. Kicks up in difficulty, but 4, we'll start to notice it, you'll see here. Are we ready for this? We're more than halfway there. Oh, look what it's doing to us. Nice. Yeah, it starts to serve us like combinations that are just really tough to get matches in. It's got a great difficulty curve though. It's not super instant where it jumps up in difficulty, which is nice. If we're going to talk about it in like whenever I think of difficulty curves, I always think of compression ratio when it comes to sound engineering. There's that wild card cookie. Come on. Come on. Ooh. Almost. There we go. I feel like the best strategy in these levels, as soon as it starts to get harder, is to really deal with the rows, not the columns, if that makes sense. That's always been my strategy playing this game, especially once you get to this stage here. Thank you. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, just focus on rows. Yeah, see? That's the way to do it. If you can, of course. Like, you'll have the odd column that makes the most sense. Nice. Yo. Ooh, I'm getting those points, but I'll beat slowly. Wow. This is a lot tougher than it looks. If I'm making it look easy, there's some sort of weird cookie magic going on, because it's not. It ain't easy, as Bowie would say. Yes. Okay, we're almost there. 8,000 away. Exactly. And once we beat our personal high score, we can spin the wheel again. Normally that's what I would do. I'll probably, once we beat our personal high score here, probably end up doing a raid. Oh, what? Speaking of raids, Newbekins. Newbekins. I'm raiding myself. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, raiders. I am just at the point, I'm 8,000 points away from beating my own personal best high score in Yoshi's Cookie on the NES. The name of this stream is The Whim of the Wheel. And if you don't know me, my name is Matt, otherwise known as 3 Up Moon. You can call me either. I stream every single day retro games, randomizers, RPGs, and also ROM hacks and fan games from 1 p.m. Pacific onward. And this series we're doing is called Whim of the Wheel, where I've loaded up a roulette wheel with about 15 NES puzzle and arcade games that I used to own as a kid. Games that I spent a lot of time with, games that I would turn the TV off but keep the NES on, pretend I felt I was asleep, and then I'd wake up as a kid and continue playing it, or I'd rush home from school to play. And basically, we're at the whim of the wheel, so when we spin the roulette wheel, I have to take on that game and try to beat my own high score. It's a little nod to the early arcade era and to the pre-achievement culture of like what determines like your skill in a game. High score used to be the thing that everyone focused on in the arcade era. There was a lot of, hype and anticipation when you went to the arcade and you noticed that somebody beat your high score or that you're on the board, still on the board, which is cool. If you want to give the channel a follow, it'll let you know when and what I'm streaming next, but I pretty much stream every day from 1 p.m. onward. And so far today we've played on stream Donkey Kong with the Donkey Kong Classics cart. We've played Bomberman II. We've played Tetris. We played Bubble Bobble. And now we're on to Yoshi's Cookie. And pretty much every single game except for Bomberman 2, we were able to beat our own personal best high score. Ooh, I didn't even have my camera on. Hello. We were able to beat our personal best. And I know that Newbekins, you were playing Final Fantasy VI. We were actually having a conversation about the Final Fantasy games earlier. I love that game. Really great music. And a lot of these games, actually, the soundtracks to these NES and puzzle games, or NES puzzle and arcade games, are so entrenched in me and in my history of like getting to know music composition, wanting to learn about sound engineering, and wanting to do video game soundtracks. Something I've always wanted to do as a kid. So our personal best in this game is 30,300. So we need to beat that, and we are only 800 away. Round 5 is when this game gets really tough, and if you've never played it before, I highly recommend checking out Yoshi's Cookie. It's on Super Nintendo and Nintendo. And this is easily the game I spent the most time with on the list, but there's lots to choose from. I had Adventures of Lolo 2, I had Dig Dug 2. What a beard. Thank you. I've had it for a while. Since I was 17, I'm now 32, almost 32. Oh my god. Oh my god! Life. You're not hearing sound? That's just you. Well, you can't hear yourself because we're the same person, right? So like, I don't have myself coming through the headphones here. I just have the game audio, so that would make sense. Twitch is dead. Glitch.tv. It happens, man. It has been happening more often than not. And anyone that's in the channel and doesn't follow Noobikins, go give Noobikins a follow. I don't have a shout-out command, but go check him out. He just made affiliate. Brand new channel. Newish channel, I guess. New for me, hanging out there. And I run into Noobikins a lot in a lot of really cool retro stream channels. Was really stoked to see that you were playing Final Fantasy VI the other day. There we go. What? Who followed? Thunderhawk. Thunderhawk47, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for the support. We can do this. The Yoshi's face is a wild card. Round 5, stage 5. It's gonna amp up. Just like when we were playing Tetris earlier, it's really gonna creep up on us, so we gotta be fast. Yes. 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 Okay, good. It's a good start. And I guess the concept of this game is that Mario is a dick, like he always is. Doesn't appreciate the fact that Yoshi literally saved his life as a baby. And that Yoshi is the one that gives him all those extra jumps when he bails on him in the platforming games. So Mario works in a cookie factory and is trying to make sure Yoshi does not get a cookie. We can't let the cookies overflow. Because if they do overflow from our screen here, then Yoshi will get his hand on a cookie. And of course he's not allowed to have a cookie. Dude, if somebody saved my life, I would let them have a cookie. That's all I'm gonna say. Adding to the snack pile. Nice. 1 second here. Whew. So close. 24,280. Just want to adjust these like super janky broken headphones. 24,310. Must food. Be right back. Nice. Actually, that's literally what me and Michelle are doing right now, is setting up some snacks for us. I'm going to be doing we had some food earlier, but when I'm done this, I'm going to probably just take a really short break and then come right back on with a brand new stream. We're going to continue our Pokemon Leaf Green Nuzlocke challenge. Hard mode challenge of a randomized version of Leaf Green. We're at Rock Tunnel right now, and we only have 3 Pokemon. What? Are we getting double rated? Two-tone 8. Oh my god. I don't have like I said, a shout out command, but another fantastic retro streamer. Go check out Two-tone 8. He plays everything on the Mister, which is really cool. And also plays a lot of games from that. I mean, some people would consider PlayStation 2 games retro, PlayStation 1 games, and N64. Is that considered retro yet? I don't know. But welcome to the stream, Two-tone. Thank you. You know what? It doesn't matter about the size of the raid, and I really appreciate that you're hanging out. I'm actually it's perfect timing. Noobikins, another awesome retro streamer, just finished playing Final Fantasy VI and just raided us. And I'm just super close to beating our personal best high score in Yoshi's Cookie. I don't know if you've seen these streams that I've been doing yet, Two-Tone, but basically I spin a wheel and it will give me one of 15 NES puzzle games or arcade games that I used to own in my very first NES collection as a kid. I spent so much time with these games. And the goal is, when we get a game, we have to beat our personal best or get a high score, because no one cares about high scores anymore, and I'm sick and tired of it. Just a nice little nod to the arcade era. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. I heard a little one-up sound, so I think somebody donated some bits. I really appreciate that. I'll check in just a second here. We need to beat 30,300, so we're really close. Boom, there we go. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the 100 bits. You did not need to do that. And also, see you in a bit. I appreciate that. Big time. Like I said, if you aren't following Two-Tone 8 already, go check out his channel. Give him a follow if you can. Help grow that channel. Same with Newbikins. Really great folks. Oh no, this is where it gets tricky. This is where it can get really, really tricky. Ooh. So close. Yes. Double Linzer cookie row. Done. Okay, that's so lucky. There are certain combinations and patterns you can do in this game that really make it a lot easier. And some of them I have the muscle memory from when I was a kid, and some of them I'm getting lucky here. Yes. Yep. Yep. Okay, perfect. Yesterday we had a really fun day of streaming. We played our very first Link to the Past randomizer run. We actually beat Ganon, so we were able to defeat it. You can go check that out on my Twitch page or on YouTube in full. I think it's seven parts. But we randomized all the chests and enemies and enemy damage and bosses in Link to the Past. Super fun. We also did a full run of Super Mario Land 2 randomized, plus Pokemon Leaf Green randomized. So it was a day of randos. Yes. Oh. Yes. Oh no. I actually have to pause because otherwise it just goes too fast. This is insane. It can be really fast, but I don't want to lose this opportunity. Oh no! Is this considered cheating? Michelle's just like, yeah, definitely cheating. Oh, we did it, we did it. Oh my god. just before we died. That stage, 5-8, 5-9, it's insane. That's exactly when it cranks up that difficulty and speed. I'm also trying to chat and engage with people, but 31,080, that beats our high score on the board, which is 30,300. So not beating it by much, but still beating it. So that means Donkey Kong, we were able to improve on our high score, and we got a high score of 60,600. In Tetris, we beat our high score, and now our score is 46,478. We weren't able to beat our Bomberman II score. Yoshi's Cookie, we got 31,080. And we also played... What else did we play? Bubble Bobble. We increased our high score by like 45,000 points, so 260,300. So we did get further in a bunch of the games, except for Bomberman 2. And normally what I would do is just run the wheel again, spin the wheel again, but I think what I'm going to do is actually just take a quick break and then come back, and I'll be streaming, honestly, in about 45 minutes. I'll be back doing Pokemon Leaf Green Randomized. I want to say thank you so much to Two-Tone8 for the raid and for the 100 bits, to Worst Enemies for the Tier 1 subscription, really appreciate it, and to those that have been hanging out, and really thanks to Nubikins as well for the raid, for being super supportive and always hanging out in the stream. I stream every single day from 1 p.m. Pacific onward. Let's go find someone we can raid really quick and share the love with. If you don't follow my channel already, click that follow button. It'll let you know when and what I'm streaming next. And you can also watch me on YouTube. Also, any of these games, if you haven't played them before, I highly recommend checking them out, if you can. Stick around, earn those moonstones, and I will be back very shortly. Who can we raid, and what are people playing right now? That's the question. Let's take a look and see what other retro streamers have been playing today. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna raid a brand new follower of the channel who's also a retro streamer. He plays a lot of RPGs, a lot of really cool retro games, and also does a viewer request night. So right now he's doing viewer requests of retro games. I feel like it suits the Whim of the Wheel vibe. Definitely go check out Walranium's channel, and give Walranium a follow if you don't follow them already. Stick around. I will see everyone very, very shortly, in about 45 minutes, if you want to come back and check out that Pokemon Leaf Green Nuzlocke. We are just about to take on Rock Tunnel without Flash. So if you know those games, we're going to have to do it blind, but that's going to be totally fun. Stick around and earn those moonstones. I'll see everyone later. Take care and much love.